Hello? Is this thing on? Yeah? That one's going. This one's going. Look at that, we're in there. What's up, friends? It is Sunday, our fifth and final consecutive day of streaming for the week. And we've just been grinding Paragon stuff non-stop all day, every day. This entire week it's been 1.5 billion or more per day. So that means we've done 6 billion in the past 4 days, and today will put us at 7.5 billion. I didn't get rid of those at the end of yesterday. What's that? Okay. Okay. Get him out of here. So yeah, today will put us at 7.5 billion total for the week, and next week should give us another 7 billion, which I think we're actually gonna need only like 5 or 6 billion to finish it out by next week. So it's looking like Saturday or Sunday of next week will be when we finish out the Paragon grind, if we keep doing 1.5 billion on each of our stream days. So I won't stream tomorrow or Tuesday. I may or may not stream on Thursday because that's Thanksgiving, and I'll be doing some stuff with some family members, it's looking like. So if I stream after that, we'll probably try and do 1.5 billion, and if I don't get there that day, we'll finish out on Sunday. But if I do get there that day, then we'll probably finish on Saturday. So keep your eyes out on our progress, and yeah, we're just gonna keep going today as soon as I finish, as soon as I make myself some new consumables. We're running a wee bit low on the old herbs, unfortunately. Yo, can I transmute? No. Can't transmute herbs, unfortunately. Let's just make all the songs of the mountain we can, and those will be our defaults. Most of the time we can mooch incense off of other people who activate it in town, but there's not really anyone here right now. So, same modus operandi as usual. Pit tier 70. Just go as fast as we can, as many times as we can, and hopefully in the next 5 hours or so, we'll have our 1.5 billion. Also, I made a mistake to, so I forgot to check where we're starting from. Say 298 out of 756 millions. Which means when we're done, 756 minus 298. When we're done, we'll have made 458 million XP. So that'll be when we level up. When we get there, we'll have to do another 1,042 million before we're done for the day. And today, I'm gonna try to do what I did yesterday and not really look at the XP bar hardly at all, or like the XP number. Because earlier in the week, I would spend like every like 3 runs, I would look at the XP bar and see like, oh, I gained 30 million more. Like, I know I gained 30 million more. We get 10 million per run. That's not new. But it would basically have me be counting the amount of runs we have left to do through the day, and it would just kind of demoralize me because 3 hours into the stream where we still have like 80 runs to go, and I'm just like, ugh, 80 more. That's so many. And it is, but it's a little easier to deal with if you just forget how many you've done and just kind of zone out and focus on killing things rather than how many more things you have to kill. So that's the general plan. We simply kill stuff. We're not doing runs, we're killing stuff. It's looking like the level after this one, 293, will probably require about 790 million XP. So it's looking like, since we have to do a little over 1 billion after this level, We should hit 294 today, and then have to get like probably another 100 or 200 million into it before we're done. I'm not sure if we'll be able to go from 294 to 296 on Wednesday, but that just kind of depends on how much farther into 294 we get today. Awesome. Let's grab this. Allergies being allergies as usual. Damn menace. That was a long run, but we also had to spend a little bit figuring out the math that I forgot to figure out before getting started. So, we're locked in now. We got everything set, settled, and ready. We're just zooming. It's the goal for the day and for the next week or so as well. Every day we spend doing this is another day closer to Path of Exile 2. So it's kind of like our reward at the end of the tunnel for getting through all of this business. Along with the mount, the title, and the soulstone thingy. I am probably this zone's biggest hater, if I'm being honest. Dead ends galore, and it's really easy to mess up Sora. What's not to like? Or rather, what is there to like? Oh hey, we made it. Somehow got there in 90 seconds. Not sure what happened there. I'll take it. Again, please. Two down, 148 to go. I'm basically never gonna say that again because that makes me feel horrible about what's ahead. We're just gonna enjoy the process. Thankfully, we've got a pretty fun build, a pretty fast build. It gets us through it faster than I think most builds could. So at least we got that goal for us. If I was trying to do this on the monkey build, it'd be a little easier because I'd just be holding down one button all the time. However, we'd be going like a solid 30 or 40% slower. Meaning we spend 30 to 40% more time to do the same amount of stuff, so it's kind of hard to beat this build. Beat 90 seconds again. The timer disappears the moment the boss dies, so I find it easier to keep track of what it takes us to open the portal to the boss room rather than kill the actual boss itself. Because half the time I'm looking at the boss and not the timer when it dies. Either way, so it's usually only a couple seconds. Unless it's Dead Mother, then it's like 7 seconds or 10 seconds or something. Minimum. But you know what? Maybe we get lucky today and we just don't get either her or the Sea Hag. That'd be nice. goddamn barrier. Making me backtrack and shit. What's that? Simple reversal for the 5 billionth time. Meanwhile, we've picked up like three unyielding hits in this entire grind. None of them were good. I think 2 of them were actually minimum roll. $13.45. Sheesh. That was a good one. And we didn't even get Den Mother. That's usually not how that goes. Usually when that happens, Den Mother shows up and wastes all the time we saved. Hey, what's up, Abu? Nothing much here. We're just same old, same old. The grind continues. How are you doing today? What's the 300 for in the title? The maximum level is level 300. So we are currently at 290, or we're starting today at 292 out of 300. And when we get to 300, I can move on to doing different things. So we're close. It's just gonna take till next week sometime. And I actually was thinking my stream schedule is Wednesday through Sunday. However, so my days off are Monday and Tuesday. But if I stream Monday and Tuesday next week, then I can take Wednesday, Thursday off, and then that doesn't cause any issues with Thanksgiving on Thursday. That might be something I do. I gotta think about it. So I could use a break. That's the main problem. We've done a lot of grinding in the past 5 days. But I got the next 5.5 hours to think about it, so we'll figure it out then. How are you doing today, Abu? You decide on if you're trying out Diablo 4 at some point, or you still thinking about it? Hopefully we killed enough enemies there. If we run out of stuff to kill in this zone and there's no portal, I'll probably cry. Bruh, I thought that would wrap back around. We were so close. That one didn't fill up the bar either? You're shitting me. We were so close to having like 13 minutes and 50 seconds left when we opened the portal. Bummer. Unfortunate padding on my part. Again. That damn fountain ruining my day again. Not sure why I picked up the Invulnerable Shrine. It has been hundreds of pit runs since I died. Good enough for me. Phone's gonna die and you're still outside? Gotcha. Good luck. May your phone survive. Not gonna lie, Blast Wave Shrines, I used to skip them all the time, but now that they buffed them the patch last week, they're kinda great. Exploding for like 50 billion damage every couple of seconds is pretty good, it turns out. I think we just skipped the Channel or Blast Wave Shrine, but whatever. I didn't want to go all the way back for it. feel like this is gonna turn into a dead end right before I finish the bar, but we might get there. We're pretty close. There we go. And it's our first delay boss on our longest run of the day already. Unfortunate. Hey, yo, we got some free incidents. Nice. Will you please throw the feathers at the man next to me? Thank you. First Den Mother of the day, 30 minutes in. Almost exactly. It was a nice reprieve. That was fast. $13.46, I think, opened the portal. Hey, what's up, Eva? How we doing? Same grind, different day. That's all it is right now. But we're getting there. We're getting there. The end is in sight now that we've calculated the day we should probably finish, or that we'll probably be able to finish the grind. So I'm looking forward to that. It's no longer just like a, we just have to keep doing this forever. But currently the debate is, do I maintain my streaming schedule Wednesday through Sunday in the coming week? Because I very likely may have to also take a day off on Thursday for Thanksgiving due to family stuff. Then again, so what I could do is I could stream Monday, Tuesday this week and take off Wednesday, Thursday, and then come back Friday, finish the grind on Saturday, and then we have Sunday, Wednesday, Thursday of next week to do other things. So I don't know. I'm thinking about it. I'm kind of leaning towards maintaining the normal stream schedule because it's been 5 days of, or today makes 5 days of all of this business. I could use a break. So that's kind of what I'm leaning towards. If I do take Monday, Tuesday off, and then take Thursday off as well, we'll still finish the grind on Sunday. So I think it'll be okay. But you're preparing to go into bed? Gotcha, gotcha. It do be getting to be kind of late, doesn't it? Life and overpower damage was what Greater affixed on that ring. Not worth a damn thing to me. think we're probably good to move on. We got half the bar. My potion wore off, who knows how long ago. My incense is gonna wear off in probably another run or two. Hopefully I remember to refresh it, or hopefully someone refreshes it for me in town. That would be cool too. The most linear zone of all time, and it has no enemies in it. Unfortunate. Somehow we still beat... Oh no, I thought we were at 1331. Never mind. There was like 30 rooms that we had to run through, and like 10 of them were empty. And 7 of those packs that were in those 30 rooms didn't have any elites in them. Also, we finished a Whisper set. So I gotta turn those in at some point, but probably not until we get up to take a break. So probably another hour and a half or so. But that is a free 400 million XP. I'm sorry, 400,000 XP. I think when we turn it in, it's like another 700,000, so. If you count the 2 Whisper rewards plus the turn in, then that's like 1.5 million. Not bad for doing the exact same thing we've been doing the whole time. Just a wee little bonus. $13.43 seems good to me. And my incense wore off. Have a free one. Wasn't worth going up there at all. I thought he died. Wasted a second or two there, but ultimately that was still a pretty fast run. Can't complain too much. and Den Mother to waste all our time. I think we got that portal open at like 13:49. That was surprisingly quick. I think Den Mother still died before we crossed 13:40. So that's like a solid speed, I'd say. Minute and 20 or so. Can I? No fucking way, dude. Hell yeah. That saved us probably 15 seconds of running all the way around, even if I took that long. Even after taking that long to figure out whether or not we could make that jump. That was huge. I'm specifically not looking at the XP bar between runs, but like yesterday we were allowed ourselves to check every hour just so we can get an idea of how much XP per hour we were running. And YEET, excuse me, so sorry. So yeah, when we hit an hour and 5 minutes of uptime on the stream, I'm gonna check the XP just to see actually how much we've been doing. And I'm really excited for that because I feel like we've been going really fast today. Yesterday our first hour was like 310 million or something like that, which was already quite a bit faster than my like any other estimate I'd made, which was like 250 was a good hour. So 310 was significant. I think we might be beating that. We might even be beating 310 right now. Getting a bunch of 80-second runs is kind of bananas. Part of that might be because we've been better about picking up shrines for the most part. Part of it could just be lucky layouts and the fact that we've only gotten like 2 or 3 dead mothers this whole time. I shouldn't have said anything. Make that 3 or 4 dead mothers this whole time. That could have been like an 85-second run, but instead it was like 92. Ah, well. We don't need that shrine. I think in general I've just been better about pathing as well today. We've only had a handful of dead-end incidents. I mean, I just teleported. That was weird. That looked funky. Last wave shrine, don't fail me now. They failed me. We got in range of the boss right after it exploded, so we had to kill the entire boss manually. Bummer. But at least with the Blast Wave Shrine, there was a chance we didn't have to worry about it. Also, we got free incense. Pretty sure I didn't have any. Welcome back up. Did your phone survive? Or did you get it charging at least? Rip. Ernest and pepperonis. It's a corner, we don't need to go up there. Another blast wave. Thank God they finished the bar. I did not want to backtrack that dead end. Hello. 2 weapons with multiple greater affixes from one boss. Kind of interesting. We'll check what's on him after we kill the next boss while we're teleporting out. I realized earlier when I looked at the ring we picked up in like the first run, that's probably the most optimal time to look at stuff in my inventory is while we're teleporting. Can you kill the elites, please? Thanks. Shit. It's not worth it to go all down all those side paths for the enemies. We really just want to stick to the main path and keep going as quickly as possible. Side paths mean backtracking. Backtracking means not killing. Not killing means slowing down. This is the way of the world. One did not finish it out. I've been robbed. Here we go. That was so close to being good, the first one. Dexterity, life, and overpower damage. Honestly, I might mark that one to save it, and we can re-roll the 3rd greater affix into like a regular one. It would still be a good weapon, even with only 2. 1351. Damn. Well, damn. The other weapon was not so good. It was like dexterity and overpower damage were the two greater affixes. Again. $13.56, what the fuck? An actual 70-second run, like, for the boss to die? That's crazy. You remember my Dead Cell stuff? Hell yeah. I still think about Dead Cells often. Honestly, like, it's kind of one of those things I go back to every other year or something. It's just a good time. Pretty much no matter when. Aren't they doing their, like, final update ever? Sometime soon? I feel like there have been 3 updates in the past year that have been like, oh, the end is near. And last I checked, it still wasn't out. It's the first stream you watch? Gotcha. It's definitely, probably one of the most important games to me as far as like streaming and just making videos and stuff. Even if I don't make stuff for it that often, it was one of the first games that I ever got like a substantial viewership in when I started streaming on Twitch a while ago. And when I moved from Twitch to YouTube, streaming Dead Cells when the Queen and the Sea DLC came out was one of the first things that ever, like, one of the first games I ever covered on YouTube that actually had viewers interested as well. So, it definitely got a special place for me. And even, I think if I look right now, I have Dead Cells shorts that are still, like, doing well. Yeah, my second most watched video in the past 2 days is a Dead Cells short that I made, like, 2 years ago. This is when I got jump scared by the first ever mimic I saw in the bank biome. That shit was so scary. what's the next game I'm gonna play after this? It's called Path of Exile 2, which is the same genre as this, but probably I'd say exponentially more complicated than this game, probably. Diablo 4 is good and enjoyable, and there's a lot to figure out with it, but Path of Exile and in general, and Path of Exile 2 is like unbelievably obtuse and complicated for like no reason most of the time. But that and that amount of complexity in the game just means there's a lot of possibilities for how to play it. And so it's even if it's kind of a mess of a game, it's a lot of fun. So the Path of Exile 2 comes out, is releasing on December 6th. Like it'll be in early access or beta or whatever, which is next Friday. Is that right? What's today? Calendars and shit. A week from Friday is when it comes out. So we're grinding so hard to get this done before that happens. And that way when it comes out on Friday, or a week from Friday, we'll be able to no-life that for a long time. Without feeling like we have unfinished business in Diablo 4. Complex games are not your thing. Honestly, that's fair. By the time you understand, you're already burnt out. I feel that. Yeah. Another funny thing about this style of game is that they tend to have seasons in them that reset every couple months usually. So you get your complex character figured out and understand it and get it working and stuff, and then a month or two later it's just reset, which I don't mind because it's kind of a fun little event every couple months, but getting used to it is definitely a process. But they just did some major announcements for Path of Exile 2 like last week? No, earlier this week, Thursday. And it's looking like it's gonna be really good, like really good. So I'm getting more and more hyped with every passing day. Part of the reason Path of Exile 1 is so complex and arcane and difficult to understand is because it's a 10-year-old game, and they've been constantly making updates and updates and updates and updates for the past 10 years. Because they do major patches every 3 months. So they've been doing that for like 10 years. And so all the features and changes they made have kind of like cascaded over each other, and some stuff is a little janky when it gets added, and then it never gets like adjusted because they're moving on to the next thing already. And so that jank kind of stays for the next year and the next year and the next year, and then all the jank piles up by the time you're 10 years into the game's history. And so there's just a lot to take in. Path of Exile 2 doesn't have all that. It's a brand new game, so we'll see how it comes out. I'm excited. Movement style of this game kind of reminds me of an IO game. Like a specific one. I think the only IO games I can think of off the top of my head, but there's only one, it's Agario. This shit was a lot of fun. Yeah, where are the dudes? The whole thing was a dead end. Unfortunate. It's like you move a group of units with some totem. I don't even remember the name of it, it's a while back. Yeah, it doesn't sound like anything I recognize. Also, it's been an hour and 12 minutes in the stream, and I forgot to look at how much XP we've gotten. We were meant to look like 7 minutes ago. But we are up. Uh, 365 million? So I think that would be like 330 million XP per hour. It's kind of wild. Although we were beating the 310 million. As I suspected. Probably gonna take like a week to get to 300. Yeah, it's gonna take me till next Sunday. Yeah, either Saturday or Sunday. We've already done the math. The numbers suggest it will be about that long. Yeah. Also, I've not been good about maintaining my consumables at all. So that's been slowing us down, and we're still blowing past the usual XP gain. So yeah, I think I'm not going to stream Thanksgiving, which is Thursday of this week, and I'm not streaming Monday or Tuesday because that's like my normal days off. So we'll stream Wednesday for 1.5 billion XP. We'll take Thursday off, then stream Friday, Saturday, Sunday for 1.5 billion XP each, and then Sunday we should finish it out. So really, it's 4 more days after today of the same grind. I just have other things going on, so I can't do them all back to back. Yeah. Probably spend the afternoon at a family member's house, and then I doubt I'll have energy to come home and stream for 6 hours doing this after all that. Just gonna spend it with your family? Gotcha. Yeah, that's historically how my family has done it. However, recently I moved a long way away from where I used to live, and now I live up near a bunch of extended family, so we're going to be spending it with them. This is our first Thanksgiving in the same area in like 20 years, so 6 hours. We're grinding, dude. Mom would never let you. Honestly, it's probably not the most healthy thing ever, so I wouldn't recommend it. But you know, streamers gotta stream. No, it's in here, yeah. What a ripoff, dude. Oh, okay. That did not seem like it should fill up my bar, but okay. It's the den, mother. Taking 20 seconds to spawn again, as usual. Fuck. Yikes, dude. Those teleporty dudes are the worst. Half the time I get up to them, they just teleport away from me before they die. And I have to go chase them down, and that's just a waste of time. Speaking of unhealthy things, I didn't think about it until just now, but maybe I should do a 24-hour stream to celebrate PoE 2. It's been a while since I did one of those. Hey, when actual players do that too? Real. True and real. Or they rage quit. Yeah. There is PvP in this game, however, there's not a lot of active players who participate in it. Most of the player base is too busy focusing on blowing up billions of monsters per hour. Again. I didn't think that would be a dead end. I thought this would wrap back around to the same spot it started. Maybe it does and I have the wrong spot entirely. Oh, here's the portal. This place again. I have not gotten the red desert zone more than once in this entire hour and a half. Kind of a scam. It's a couple slow runs in a row, but we'll make up for it, I'm sure. Have I ever collabed? I have. With a couple streamers. No, that was mostly in like shooter games though. Things that you can't really play by yourself. Usually I'm more inclined to play with other streamers. This type of game I actually have a really hard time focusing when playing in groups. Because it doesn't feel as good to me as playing solo does. Yeah, it tends to help, but it's kind of hard to just like do it out of nowhere. If there's an opportunity, I'll definitely take it. But problem is finding the opportunity in the first place. Actually, I think just what was it? Just before Halloween, I played a game on a friend's stream, and I really considered streaming that myself, at least on Twitch. But I've kind of been trying to focus my my content specifically on like games like this, ARPGs. And I was worried. I ended up not doing it because I was worried that if I showed up playing a different game, even if it was like a collab kind of thing, it would confuse the audience. I didn't want to do that. That was the main reason I didn't. Sam. Soul brand, I don't want that. Gross. It's cold. Yeah. This is my first winter time. It's not even winter yet, but this is my first time living in a state that gets snow in my entire life, basically. So even when it's 40 degrees outside, I'm like freezing. And I've been told that after Thanksgiving, it's gonna start getting like actually wintertime weather. So like quite possibly snow. And I'm just bracing for impact at this point. I'm not sure how I'll handle it. It's cold there, and you still got school tomorrow. Oof. Bring on the snow days. Yeah, when I was in school, I never had a single snow day. However, we did have several hurricane days, so that was fun. Looks like next run or the one after that will level us up. Don't ever want to be in a hurricane. Was there a really big one in Florida? The one from this year? It was like... wasn't Helene, was it? Might have been something else. But no, I lived in Florida in 2004, which was like the year for hurricanes. I think I got hit by like 4 of them. And one of them hit Florida from the west coast, like the Gulf of Mexico. And then swung out to the Atlantic and like skirted across the coast of like Georgia and the Carolinas and shit, and then swung back south, swung around and hit Florida again. That shit was toxic. I think that was Ivan. And then there were 3 more that year too. Like it was crazy. But not hurricanes. The worst part about any of the ones that I sat through were the power going out. Because it's so hot and you have no air conditioner. You have nothing to do except just boil. It's the fucking worst. Hurricane Milton. Oh, right, because that was such a dumbass name. I heard that name and I'm like, man, people are really going to lose their houses to Hurricane Milton? Bruh. Apologies to anyone with that name, but like... Couldn't we have picked a cooler sounding one? Same thing happened this year too. It left and came. Wait, did it really? Hurricane Milton track.
While a cold front
Copyrighted. Yeah, I have to look that up later. I can't see like the full path that it took. Oh yeah, we leveled up by the way. Cool. Oh yeah, what's the XP? 787 million. We'll get that done today. Wait, will we? Hold. Get out of here. Yeah, we should. Obviously, it's not a million. Well, when we finish the level, we'll be at 1,216,000,000, so we'll need another 284 million. Into 294. So it took us an hour and 20, we'll call it 28 minutes. Just 5 minutes for monologuing and brief asides. Took us an hour and a half-ish to make 498 million. Oh no, 458 million, sorry. I'd say that's a pretty darn good pace. What monitor am I using? Honestly, I couldn't tell you. It's an Asus something. It's 2560 by 1440, 144 FPS, but I'm also scaling it down on stream to 1920 by 1080, so probably monitor doesn't make much difference. It's probably just a matter of game performance, and the big reason for that would be A, because I have a beefy computer, because I do a lot of streaming work, so it needs to be strong. B, I'm also running Diablo 4 on as low graphic settings as possible to minimize loading screens, because the longer the loading screens take, the longer we spend doing this shit. So it's just a natural consequence of all of that coming together. I'm glad it looks smooth. Where are the dudes? 1342. A good run until we got this boss. 4 seconds wasted for the boss spawning. Oh, there was a triple greater graphics ring. I left it on the floor. Oh well. I was itching my head, damn it. Oh well. 99% chance that ring was shit anyways. I'm gonna try and get 294. Yeah, I'm gonna go even further beyond 294. I won't make it to 295, but I'm gonna get a couple 100 million into the next level as well. Can we stop with the stall bosses, please? There's like 15 bosses to choose from, and only 2 of them take forever to spawn in, but we keep getting those damn 2. Again. But at the rate we're currently farming, it's looking like it'll be about 2.5 hours or so. Maybe 3 to get all the way from 293 to 294. So, shouldn't be too bad. There we go, that's better. It wasn't a shit boss. Also, my incense is gone. We got to 97% on the bar and all the enemies disappeared. Tragedy. Thank you, sir. May I have another? Really hard to teleport properly in this place. $13.40. And then another. Potion's about to expire. When I go in, I'll probably take the moment to chug one real quick. Probably still has like 30 seconds left on it or something, but we'll waste those 30 seconds, so I don't have to think about it for longer. Honestly, I need to make a habit of just looking at my consumables between every single run. In the process of opening them up the next run, just look at the buff bar to see how they're doing. So I've probably lost a not insignificant amount of XP for getting those today. And we're doing good on our XP per hour, but like, we could be doing better. It's a dead end. Wasted a solid 8 seconds, and then we get this shit again. 90% spawn rate on the shit bosses, by the way. Consumables are good. 1354. Boss dead at 1358 or 48. I mean, solid. You'll love to see that kind of run. Consumables, still good. It was almost a fast run, but I made a couple poor pathing decisions. We ended up not getting hardly any enemies. Still not a terrible run. It was like 95 seconds or something. Coming up on 2 hours soon, and we've made us just under a sixth of this level so far. Also, I forgot to look at my consumables. This level was like 798 million to go. So 1/6 of that is what, like 130 million or so. Incense is still good for now. Ooh, yeah. I was really hoping this wouldn't turn into a dead end, that it would eventually connect to something, but thankfully, it actually turned into a portal, so we got here at 1347. Sick. I'll take that. Thought that was about to be our slowest run of the day, honestly. Instead, it turned into what, like our third fastest? Something like that? Not bad, not bad. Nice. Blast Wave Shrine carries again. Incense is getting a little close to expiring, but I think we can do another run or two before it goes away. And we got 2 shrines. Let's go. The worst part about this layout is all these little sideways that have like a billion walls and railings and shit. Because they're hard to teleport through, and then you can't really shoot the enemies through the walls. So you have to go into each little area and clear them out. It just takes forever. Also, I actually had 0 supremacy stacks. That also didn't help. Not sure where they all went. I thought I was still using the bird. But that puts us at 2 hours and 5 minutes, which I'll call 2 hours of full, like, straight grinding. So we did, mostly due to the pre-stream, or pre-grind monologue that we usually do. Anyways, 458 million plus 178 is 636 million in 2 hours. So that's 318 million XP per hour. But we're going to take a small break and tank that rate just a little bit. So appreciate y'all watching. Hope you're enjoying. But I need to get up and stretch my legs before I die of a blood clot. So appreciate y'all watching. Hope you're enjoying. I already said that. If you are watching and you haven't already, make sure you smack the follow button if you're watching on Twitch, and the like and subscribe button if you're watching on YouTube. And when we return, yo, who became a member? Hello? Someone was watching on YouTube and they became a channel member. Thank you very much for that. I did not see that until just now. But yeah, I'll be back in like 5 minutes. 5 to 10 minutes. And when we return, you're never going to believe this, but we're going to do more pits. Yeet. Alright, friends, we're back. We made it. It's time. Took a walk, drank some water. I gotta put my headphones back on, and then we're good. We've gone, what? What did I say? 640 million XP or so? Numbers and shit. Yeah. It was 178 plus 458. So yeah, like 630. 630. It was 638. Whatever. We've done like close to 320 million XP per hour pretty solidly. So that's exciting. Yesterday, our best hour was like 310 million XP, so we're beating even that. Not sure why we're going so fast today, but I'll take it. Now then, we continue. 7? The answer is 7. I see. Would that be like base 10 or like base 7? What's up, Mr. Dajin? How are you today, sir? Also, the calculator is not for how much XP we've gotten already. It's for how much XP we'll have after we finish 293. Where did it go? There it is. We'll have that many millions after we finish this level. So it'll only be 284 millions after that we're done today. It's base 300 minus 293. Okay. So I was correct. The old base tridecahexamal. It's all good, no need to be sorry, sir. Hope you feel better. Today is fever and sleep day. Oof, it do be like that. At this point, after this many pit runs, my life is starting to feel like a fever dream. It's okay. We do this 1.5 billion today, we take a break. We're off Monday and Tuesday, and then we come back Wednesday. All recovered and ready to finish off the grind. Easy peasy. Have I checked my temperature? No. I don't think I need to, because I'm quite cold. It's getting chilly outside. And it's gonna be colder starting this next week or so, from what I hear. Word on the street is it's gonna be fucking freezing after Thanksgiving. Also, my potion wore off. Yeet. Excuse me, so sorry. What are those? I'll check next run. Incense should last one more run. It'd be nice if someone gave us some in town, but worst case, I have some spare. We love stalling while waiting for bosses to spawn, and also running out of evade charges. That's fun too. I saw 150% damage over time, or 105, whatever it is. So those gloves probably are not the greatest things ever. My incense is about to wear off. I'll use it when we get inside. Felt like there were no enemies in there, however, we did get almost half the mark. Could be worse, I suppose. Dexterity, armor, and damage over time. That's not a terrible pair of gloves, honestly. You can just re-roll the damage over time if nothing else. Well, that thing survived. There we go. I don't want to look at it. Not worth interrupting my teleport. 1346, that one opened. That is to say, fastest foot. And so we go again. I feel like this is almost definitely a dead end. But if it isn't and I turn around and then run into a different dead end and then have to backtrack through here again, I'm gonna be pretty upset. So let's just keep going and see what happens. It was a dead end, but we got enough to open the door. Good enough for me, boss. Again, please. again. Our consumables are still fine. They have not run out yet. "41 seconds left on that incense. We can probably just finish out this run before replacing it. We'll only have like half the run without it. Whoops. That was awkward. Last one of those until I go borrow the stuff that I made on my monkey build. Because I think I still have like 60 incense laying around on that character. So hopefully that'll be enough to carry me through the rest of the grind. However, I have 0 more herbs, so pretty much what we have is what we got for consumables. Granted, I do have like a bunch of other types of potions in my stash. I'm just like picking stuff up and never using the weird ones. So we'll be able to have those at least for the XP buff, but we won't necessarily have health buffs from them. which is a little bit of a bummer, because that will affect our damage, but hopefully not so much that it makes any difference at all. Getting close to halfway through the level. Again, please. Potion's getting close to expiring. Gonna chug a potion the moment we get in there. Ours probably has less than a full run remaining. Okay, bye. Am I speed running? I'm speed running as fast as I can. Yep. If it takes more than 90 seconds to do a run, I get real sad. Most of the time it takes like 95 to 100 seconds per run, but like sometimes we get down as far as like 75 to 80. Those ones are real nice, but we don't get them too often. And unfortunately, even running them at that speed, we still have like maybe 20 hours of runs just like that before we hit 300 from where we're at right now. It's a long way to 300. So addicted to this game, dude. Right? It's honestly, a lot of people talk shit, but it's in a really good state right now. It's a lot of fun. My biggest complaint right now is the way... My biggest complaint is the fact that this is the best way to get XP in the game. That could be fixed very easily. It's really just a distribution issue. Like, the reason pits are such good XP is because you get like millions of XP for finishing a run. So right now only a third of the XP that we're making comes from monsters dying. So if they just distributed all that XP back to monsters instead of completing runs, then I could go do other things. But that's okay. It is what it is, and we'll get 300. Why they didn't add PvP? They do have PvP. And there's like 2 whole zones for it. It's just nobody goes there. Yeah, I'll point them out on the map after this run. But if you go to those zones and you run into another player, it's everybody's fair game. And if you go there on hardcore and you die to another player, you still lose your character, same as if you die to an enemy. Which is kind of toxic, but kind of funny. But what build you been playing? What you been having fun with? This one, this zone right here, is the PvP zone by the Alzuda waypoint, and then this one down here by that one, whose name I don't recognize or I haven't gotten. If you kill stuff in this zone, you get like this weird currency that you have to take to some altars, and then you channel on it and do like a little event, and then when that finishes, you actually get the currency you collected, and that lets you get like specific cosmetics and stuff, and like a fancy mount and stuff. It's something I've been meaning to do for a long time. I just never got around to it. Been running Necromancer? Gotcha. Necromancer has never really been my thing too much, but I know a lot of people really like that build, or that class. I can never decide if it's best to get rid of the minions and power myself up, or use all the minions. The last time I tried one, I used all the minions and I kept getting tilted by their AI, because I would see a lot of them like standing around not attacking anything. I'm just like, please, I'm struggling here, kill them. That was my biggest problem with it. Then if I don't take the minions and I power myself up, it's like, am I even really playing Necromancer? I'll try the Sorcerer. Yeah, that one's good. Depending on when Season 7 comes out, if I'm not busy with different games, I was kind of looking towards making either a sorcerer or a druid. But sorcerer next season looks like it's gonna have some fun builds with the new uniques and stuff they're adding. Has the skeletons do all the work? Right, and there's so many of them. Half of them get gummed up in the little skinny walkways and stuff. It's like, oh, if only all 27 of you could be attacking at the same time, they wouldn't stand a chance. Yeah, it's pretty silly. Gotta respect that. So are you relatively new to the game, or have you been playing it for a while? Feathers, they didn't kill them in. There we go. 90 seconds to open that portal, and we got the stall boss. Thank God for Blast Wave Shrines. Instantly one-shot at the boss as soon as she showed up. Easy. I didn't even have to swing. Have a good stream. Alright, I appreciate it. Gonna go play some Black Ops 6. Hell yeah. New since last year. Gotcha. There's a lot to learn, so no rush. It'll be here. But have fun with Black Ops 6, and thanks for stopping by. Hell yeah. Likewise. Bro, these monsters playing Ring Around the Rosie need to stop. Pretty sure that elite did like 3 laps before actually dying. This might be the slowest run of all time. Just kidding, it wasn't even our slowest run of today. Pretty sure we had one take like a full 2.5 minutes. And then some for the boss. Just not an ideal layout, I guess. Again. about 10 minutes, we'll check the XP counter again and see how we're holding up in terms of XP per hour. I took a break, so like an hour ago. So we're gonna give ourselves another 5 minutes of grace on the XP per hour calculation. So instead of taking off 5 minutes, we'll take off 10 minutes. That makes up for our slow run last time. Dude, that was percent armor. Not bad. Please, I just want to teleport through the walls. Is that too much to ask? Thank you, sir. May I have another? $13.42 ain't so bad. I think half of our feathers missed there. That was weird. Our consumables are totally fine. Someone donated us 3 incense by standing next to us when they activated it. That was quite nice. Our first stall boss in probably in almost an entire hour. We've been lucky today. Our triple incense is wearing off soon. Probably after this run we'll have to replace at least one of them. Whoops. was another one of those. The layout is super linear and also has no enemies in it. Layouts. Thankfully, we don't get those too terribly often either. Alright, we're at 3 hours, 10 minutes today. So we're gonna check. We're at 472 million plus 458. That is 930 million in 3 hours. So yeah, 310. 310 is where we're holding steady. I forgot to use my incense in town so other people could have it. Call that one my bad. So if we keep up this 310 business and don't AFK for too long in our next break, we might be able to be done in like... Oh no, probably not. I was gonna say we might be able to be done before 5 hours, but I don't know. It could happen. We're at 3:12 right now. So we have an hour and 50 minutes or so. I know it'll be close. Because we were at what, 930 million? So we got 570 million to go. Which would be an hour and 50 minutes. At 310. Yeah, with breaks and shit, I'll probably be just over 5 hours by the time we're done. I think the biggest difference between today and previous days has been the fact that we've been picking up pretty much any shrine that is useful to us, specifically blast waves, crit shrines, and artillery. Normally I would take I would skip those, but today we've been taking them, and I think it's been having a positive effect on our speed. Particularly the blast wave shrines. They've been one-shotting big packs of elites for us here and there. A couple bosses. It's enough to save a good couple seconds each time it happens. The other thing was no dead mother stalling for 5 seconds on 30% of our runs. Kind of like that. That's always really nice, and it did that to 3 packs. And it could do it to the boss too, maybe. I didn't get there in time. Good enough though. My potion wore off. Hey, oh, it's the red zone. This is like the second time I've seen it all day. $13.48, that's pretty good. There was nobody there, but we did get a crit shrine at least. To make up for a little bit of the time we lost. Oh hey, free incense. Nice. I didn't want to spend another one just yet. An incense saved is an incense gained, as they say. Oh, he gave us 2 of them. Sick. I'm rich. Oops. Gonna pretend I didn't look at that number. It don't matter. Yo, another red room. Nice. W. There's no more enemies. We ran out at 99%, so we wasted like 20 extra seconds. We're gonna get there and it's gonna be Dead Mother too. Oh, at least there's that going for us. Ah well, that was still a pretty fast run, all things considered. Game, please. 1346. Boss dead at 1341. Nice. Again. Okay, what's up, 07i? Hope I read that right. What's going on? What's up? How to upgrade weapons? Like, how to decide which ones are good? Or do you mean like masterworking or what? Oh, 5 stars. So when you... There's a couple steps to it. When I teleport out, I'll show you. The first thing you need to do is you need to take it to the blacksmith. Like, you say you got a nice weapon you want to use. Like, okay, let's go to the blacksmith. And then, let me grab a weapon. I'm sure I have one somewhere. Yeah, that one. Actually, you know, that's fine. So you go to a blacksmith. You, the first thing you have to do is you have to go to this tempering menu, and you put your weapon in there, and you have to you can put 2 new modifiers on the weapon. Through this tempering system, one from each of these categories. So you click on the category and you can look through all of these. They're different for each class and there's a ton of options, but when you finally settle on some that you care about, you hit the temper button. You select the recipe, hit the temper button. It does that, and then it picks randomly from which one did I do? This one? It picks randomly from this list of 4 when you hit the temper button. And so if you don't get the one you want, you just hit it again and hope you get it that time. Each piece of gear can only be tempered so many times. The first time you put a modifier onto the weapon in each category, it doesn't consume any of the durability or anything. So this is basically free the first time. But if we were to try and re-roll this again, you'll see it says, I think you can see that past my camera. Let me see. Get that out of here. Right here where it says temper re-rolls, it costs 1. This is how many we have left. So we can try this 4 more times, looking for the one specific thing we care about, until that runs out. Or if we get the things we care about before they run out, that's fine too. But before you can upgrade the stars on the weapon, you have to make sure you have at least two modifiers from the tempering system. So once you do that, you'd go to this masterworking tab, and then you put the weapon in, and from there you need this currency called Obdicite. That's like the big thing. You need some other reagents, but these are the things that come from like breaking down gear. So that you should have a nice stockpile of that in general. But you need the Obdicite, that's like the new thing. And once you have it, you just hit the button, all the affixes go up by a little bit. So you'll see that's 193 dexterity at the top and 571 life. Hit it again, it's 211, 626, and all the other ones get there as well. So if you... that's the first 3. Each tier of Masterworking is broken down into 4 parts. The first 3 levels in each, like, section, I guess you could call it. In each tier, we'll go with that. The first 3 levels in each tier give 5% to everything. And then the 4th one, like it says right here, going from rank 3 to rank 4, one affix gets increased by 25%. So we'll hit the button. And it's going to randomly pick one of the affixes on the item, including the 2 we added in the previous step. And it's going to increase that one by a lot instead of a little bit. So now we have way more resource cost reduction than we had before that leveled up. And then you can do it again all the way up to 8 if you have a non-ancestral weapon. So if you just have like a normal legendary with no flashy stuff on it at the top, like we have on these items here, then you can do 8 levels or 2 tiers. If it does have the shiny stuff at the top and it has like greater affixes with the stars on them and stuff, then you can go all the way up to 12, which is why we have 12 out of 12, 12 out of 12. Like it's all got 3 tiers. So to get Obdicite, that's kind of like the biggest part of Masterworking. To get Obdicite, you have to do either Nightmare Dungeons, Infernal Hordes, or what's the one? The Undercity. But specifically, if you're trying to get Obdicite from the Undercity, which is one of the new mechanics added in Vessel Hatred, this place down here, you need to find tributes of refinement. Those ones will give you 2,000 Obdicite per run, which is really nice, but they're kind of rare. So yeah, if you run Nightmare Dungeons, any of the monsters in the zone can drop you Obdicite, and then you do get a big chunk for killing the boss as well. And Infernal Hordes, you get the Obdicite if you get, like, you clear all the waves, you kill the bosses, and then at the end, if you take the material chest, you get a certain amount of Obdicite based on how much ether you have when you finish the encounter. So the Infernal Compasses. We're gonna throw that in there for now. I got you. Like hardcore or the hard difficulty? Gotcha. So I don't remember. I think a piece of gear has to be at least legendary to masterwork it. I don't really remember. I'm not sure what tiers of gear are dropping for you, but... Either way, I hope that helped. $340K? We're doing like 340 million. But yeah, I've spent a good bit of time beefing this character up. Some people do 540 billions a hit, but where I'm at is good enough for me. It's good enough to get through hit tier 70 with relative ease, and that's what matters most for me. So long as we can farm these encounters quickly and get a big chunk of XP every couple of minutes, then that's all I care about right now, because we're trying to get to the absolute maximum Paragon level, which I don't know if you're level capped. But once you hit level 60, you get the Paragon system, which is just another way to level up. And the maximum is 300, but it's for all of your characters. So if I were to make a new character right now and level it up to 60, it would start at level 293. So they made it very, very difficult to get all the way to the max of 300, because once you're done with that, all of your characters for the rest of the season are maxed out. But despite their best efforts, I'm not gonna let them win. I'm gonna get Paragon 300 by the end of next week for sure. Don't know how to do this damage. Part of the damage we're doing is the fact that the Spiritborn class is extremely busted. That's a big reason for how we're able to do so much damage. There's some things the Spiritborn class has access to that are giving way more damage than like Blizzard ever intended to give them. I think the class would still be strong and fun even if it didn't have those things, but the fact that it is strong and fun without those things means with the bugged out damage business, it's straight up bonkers, honestly. But the best way, or the simplest way to, like, or I guess the most effective way to increase your damage pretty much from any class at any point in the game is to look for more damage sources that are what's called multiplicative, particularly on like legendary powers. If you look at the orange text where it says Sword casts Vortex at its landing location and deals 60% increased damage, but that 60% has the little X in brackets next to it. Anything that gives you any damage increase with that little X in brackets next to it is multiplicative, and it's way better for your character than it is, or than like anything that says plus 50% increased damage, or like plus 50% increased vulnerable damage. Just like the normal damage modifiers you would find on your gear that don't have the little X next to them. So like that plus 359.6% ultimate damage on my weapon. That sounds like a lot, and it's not nothing, but it's also not. It's not as impressive as it sounds. So that's part of it. And some of the most major sources that you can get for any character will come from your Paragon board, which when you hit level 60, like you put all your skill points early on into this tree, and then you hit level 60 and you get the Paragon board, which is this mess. Is kind of scary to look at, but you start out right here. And so you get these things called glyphs. And when they level up to a certain point, they turn legendary and get a bunch of multiplicative damage. So where it says increase non-physical damage by 8.9%, it's got the little X next to it. That doesn't sound like a whole lot, but it's more effective than it sounds. Plus, you can have up to 5 glyphs, and they pretty much all have multiplicative damage modifiers attached to them. And then a lot of the glyphs themselves outside of the legendary powers also do have more multiplicative bonuses to them. So like this, where it says your eagle skills deal 15% increased crit damage with the little X, that's also very, very good for us. So you just got to find as many sources of stuff like that as you can. And that's generally how to do it. And that was a protection shrine. I don't remember the last time I took health damage, I'll be honest. So, protection shrines aren't the most useful to me. Also, my consumables are gone. That was the wrong turn. I'm getting stuck on walls. It's slowing me down. Don't want that. We go again. There are 2 locked options for you, even though you've completed the story. Is it the 2 on the end? Like these 2 tempering and masterworking sections? Gotcha. So you may have to advance to higher difficulties. What level are you? Would be my next question. $55. Gotcha. So you might have to get to what's called Torment difficulty in order to unlock Masterworking and Tempering and all that. And again, that doesn't make sense. I've tempered it early on before. If you look at your map and you check Kyovashad, is there a little priority quest? Which is the purple icon? Is there a quest with the purple icon like over here where the blacksmith is in Kyovashad? Shouldn't have made that hop. Now I'm curious. Diablo round. Tempering. Okay, so you should T4 temperament. Okay, so if you find an item that looks like this, it's just like a page, and it should say a bunch of random stuff on it. If you have any of those and you right-click them, that will unlock tempering. That's what you need to do. This is called a tempering manual, and it's what gives you the options for the things to put on your gear through the tempering system. So not necessarily Assassin's Augments or anything, but anything that's looks like that, and it's called a temper manual. But but now to be sure, before unlock masterworking. I'm not exactly sure what unlocks masterworking. It might be that you have to get to Torment 1 difficulty before you unlock it. So if you hit level 60, you should unlock this thing called the Pit of the Artificers, which is what we're doing right now. To access it, you go to Karagar, the city in Skosglen up north. And then, like, to the northwest of the waypoint, like top left, there's like an obelisk. You click on that, and then you select a tier, which is the difficulty of the run you're gonna do. And then you hit OK. You select your tier, you hit OK, it opens up a portal. You do exactly what we're doing right now. So to unlock Torment 1, you need to do a pit run of there are side missions. Okay, I would go ahead and do those. Those will just tell you more about that kind of thing. It might make you do tempering on a random piece of gear, and it's not a bad thing to do on any piece of gear at all, because it doesn't cost very much. But when you complete a pit tier of a certain a pit run of a certain tier, you'll unlock the Torment difficulties, which that might be where you need to get to before you unlock the Masterworking tab. But I can't say I remember exactly what unlocks Masterworking. It was a while ago that I unlocked it. Also, the third option on the blacksmith is not something you really need to worry about. This crafted items thing is kind of a scam, so I wouldn't even worry about that at all. And the only other thing is making random mythic uniques, which is 50 million gold and 2 resplendent sparks, which is like a really specific thing for like late in the end game. So I wouldn't worry about that the third tab too much. But if you go to Karagar right here, and then walk northwest, there's the obelisk. So when you hit 60, this should unlock, and then it'll start you at like up here. The higher the like tier 1 through 15, I think, is the default ones. But if you can get all the way up to pit tier 20, you unlock Torment 1 difficulty, which is where like it's kind of where the end game starts. Legendary items drop really often compared to actually you can't even drop yellow and blue items anymore, because they all like any blue or yellow item that gets dropped gets auto salvaged, and you just get materials for when you kill stuff. So the only items you actually drop from monsters are legendary or higher. And they have a small chance of turning into what's called an ancestral legendary, which is 800 item power, and just has way better stuff on it, pretty much always. And they may not let you have masterworking until you get to that difficulty, because that's where you start getting the really, really good items. But step 1 would be reach level 60 first. Whether that's through Infernal Hordes, whether that's through Hell Tides or dungeons or whatnot. 5 levels shouldn't take too long. Yeah, no problem. Another thing you can do that'll give you, that'll permanently give you more power, even in a brand new season on brand new characters. Have I met the Butcher? Yeah, I've met him. He's a bastard. Killed you the first time? Yeah, he's brutal. Thankfully, he only really appears in Nightmare Dungeons and in certain conditions on Infernal Hordes. They had an event around Halloween where every time you clicked on a shrine in a Nightmare Dungeon, he would you could either get a treasure goblin to spawn or the super butcher would spawn. And at one point I had the super butcher spawn, and then I walked into the next room and then the actual butcher spawned. It was toxic. But if you want permanent power for all of your characters going forward, one of the most important, or one of the easiest things you can do, although it's a little annoying, is to run around the overworld and find these altars of Lilith. They are all over the place, but every single one of them gives you a permanent boost to your stats. So even if you make a brand new character, if you've collected all of them in all of the zones except for Nahatu, all your new characters will start with 80 to all of their stats. So you have 80 strength, 80 intelligence, 80 willpower, 80 dexterity with 0 gear on. And on top of that, they also give you renown. Finding the Lilith statue gives renown. Okay, you got them all. So the other thing, which you may have already done as well, is to get renown in each of the zones. These bonuses on the bottom are also permanent, and they persist between seasons. So you fill out the renown on all the zones once, and all your new characters get an extra skill point, 2 extra skill points, an extra potion capacity, and then this one includes Nahatu, so you get all these bonuses times 6. So highly recommend doing that if you have not already. Yeah, a pretty complicated style of the game, and there's definitely no shame in looking up build guides. I, for one, have made 2 this season. Well, technically 3, but one was like an updated version of the other one. But yeah, there's a lot of people who make a lot of build guides, and there's a lot of really, really strong builds in the game right now. So, if you'd like, that's a valid option. If not, it's like I said, just look for any source of increased damage that has the little X in brackets next to it, and stack up as much of that as you can. But there's a lot of things that can really easily mislead people. Like in particular the damage thing I was talking about. Additive versus multiplicative damage is a thing that trips up like anyone who doesn't have a background in math when they're new to this game or this type of game, because it's a distinction that's in all of them. And I have no background in math. However, being a streamer has its advantages in that people with backgrounds in math will tell me I'm doing stuff wrong all the time. So I end up getting that information one way or another. As far as like building up more damage, the first priority is multiplicative damage, the little X bracket stuff. Your next best damage is going to come from your class's main stat. So if you're playing a Spiritborn or like a rogue or something, then your main stat's dexterity, and that gives you a damage bonus that's separate from both the additive and the multiplicative stuff. Then like crit damage and finding sources of crit and vulnerability are both also very helpful. Hello, lagging. And then after all of that, if you have room for more stuff that can give you damage, then you worry about like filling it up with additive damage sources like plus increased damage or increased damage over time or increased basic skill damage, stuff like that. But that's like bottom priority. Playing a rogue character? Gotcha. Rogue is probably one of the more complex classes, honestly. But they have a really good they have a couple particularly good builds if you wanted to look up something. I think it's called Dance of Knives, or DOK. There should be a lot of guides on how to do that one in particular. Other than that, I can't think of any off the top of my head, because I've only played a rogue up to like I don't even remember what I got it up to. I didn't play it very long. Yo, I clicked that artillery shrine. I want my money back. Thank you. There was a nice pack of elites in one of those little side rooms, but I was already moving past it, so I didn't want to turn back around. My incense wore off. We gave one person some spare incense if they needed armor. Oh yeah, that's the other thing to consider when you're building up your character. One of the most important things to do is make sure you have all your armor and your elemental resistances. Armor caps out at 1,000. Once you reach 1,000 armor, then you have as much physical mitigation as you can get from it, so there's very little point in 99% of cases where you want to have any more than 1,000 armor, if possible. Granted, like 1,035 isn't going to hurt anything, but most people aren't going to want to put 1,600 armor on. I just have a specific reason for doing that. But the other thing is elemental resistances. Those cap out at 70% by default. And making sure that you're up to that 70% on everything will make you have a much smoother time, particularly in the end game, as you're like going up the difficulties. The higher your difficulty gets, the more important that kind of thing becomes. And the problem is when you get to the like Torment 1 difficulty, they take away 25% of each of your resistances and like 250 of your armor, which is super toxic, but it's just something we gotta deal with. And then they take 250 more armor and 25% more of each of your reses in every Torment difficulty. So by the time you get to Torment 4, minus 1,000 armor, minus 100 resistances. But despite all that, or perhaps because of that, it's very, very important to have, to keep up with all that. Because if you don't have any resistance and you have that minus 100, then suddenly you're taking double damage from all elemental types, and that's a real problem. Assuming resistances can go negative in Diablo. I honestly don't know. I never thought about it. I never wondered. Alright, friends. It has been approximately 4 hours since I started streaming, so I'm going to get up and stretch my legs before I die of a blood clot. But I appreciate y'all watching. Hope you're enjoying. If you aren't even not already, make sure you smack the like button and the subscribe button if you're watching on YouTube. Smack the follow button if you're watching on Twitch. And when we return, believe it or not, we're going to be doing more pit runs because I only have less than 70 million XP to go in level 293, and then when we do level up, we'll only have 284 million XP to go after that. So when I come back, we will finish up our grind for the day. It shouldn't take too much longer. What's it? 284 plus 70. It's like 350 or so. Yeah, that'll be like an hour tops. So, I appreciate you watching. I'll be right back in like 5 minutes. Alright, friends. We made it. It was a little bit longer than I thought. However, there was pizza and coffee, and I couldn't pass up on either. So, caffeine acquired. Pizza consumed. We're all energized for the last leg of today's grind. We have about 350 million XP to go. We've been doing about 310 million XP per hour at our best. So, it should take us somewhere around an hour and a half, if that. So, that said, there's nothing for it but to get back into it. So in the words of my ancestors, we go again. If this is the first time any of y'all have seen anyone in the endgame, don't be deceived by what I'm doing. There's way more to the endgame than what I'm doing right now. This is just one thing, but the fact of the matter is it's the best XP in the game by far, and since XP is all we care about at this exact moment, this is the only thing we can really do. However, there are plenty more, much more fun things to do. Right now, not only are we only caring about XP, but we're also in a hurry to get it all, so we're just spending 5 or 6 hours a day doing this exact same thing over and over again. And by Sunday of next week, we'll be done. There's still plenty of time left in the season, so if anyone else is trying to grind the 300 and you're not in that much of a hurry, you don't have to do quite so much. Okay, bye. There's no enemies over there. Let me teleport. Please. Okay, dude. Okay, dude. Would have been faster just to walk at that point. Again, please. Oh, we got the nice one. Nice. I got stuck in a bush. $13.52. That's one of our fastest ones today. Very nice. Well, we did it. Time for science. Yeah, I just think I can't target the right spot from all the way up there. Gotta make it so we can at least see the gate that we're trying to teleport through. I think we're 2 runs away from leveling up. Dear goodness, that shit took forever. Also, yeah, definitely this next one will level us up. One more game, please. Six levels remaining. This one will probably be like 830 million. 820. Nice. Even better. So we'll end up going until we have like 384, I mean. But just to make life easier, 1500 minus 12, 16. Okay, 284. Numbers are really hard. So we have less than an hour to go, it seems. Fine by me. Actually, no, we'll take that one because we'll get 5 more armor out of it, or we'll get a little bit more armor out of that, which will give me more damage with the unyielding hits aspect. Our incense is gone. So 284 million XP. The level is 820, so basically we need a little over a quarter of the level. So when the bar starts to looking kind of close to a quarter of the way full, we'll start paying attention to the numbers themselves. By that I mean when we get a sixth of the way through, or like when it fills up the bar for the first ability slot. Then we'll start paying attention to the XP numbers. Had no idea we were close to finishing that run. The red one. I suppose it wouldn't be inappropriate to call this Big Red. If you want a nice little Tarkov reference in our Diablo 4. $13.40. We're gonna have to do some math when we finish the grind today and figure out whether or not on what day? Wednesday. When we come back on Wednesday to stream again, we'll have to do some math to figure out if we'll be able to go for 2 levels or if we'll only gain 1 level on Wednesday. Because we're going 284 million XP today out of 820. Should we use 540 million? Yeah, we should be able to go all the way up to 296 on Wednesday. Oh, so we're going the wrong way. They're dead, mother. What? It was like the longest delay ever. What in the hell? What are those? +4 to payback. That's kind of funny. That's our third piece of gear today. Fourth piece of gear today that had 3 greater affixes. I think that might be a new record for a single day. I didn't see what was on the rest of that gear, but I did see the payback levels, and that's a pretty good start. No sense in backtracking all over the place. Unfortunately, there's not a single elite in this entire zone. So it's going to take us a minute. Wouldn't you know it? We go again. What in the werewolves? There was like 8 werewolves in town. What the hell? I'm assuming that was the druids minions because I think they have an aspect that changes the wolves into werewolves, but I ain't never seen them phased into existence like that before. Bro, where's the way forward? Oh, it was right there. Thought that was a little bit of a weird spot to have a dead end. And it's like the tiniest layout of all time, and I still get lost in it for like a solid minute. Unfortunate. Oh. Works for me. I think that Blast Wave Shrine helped us a lot, actually. Made up for all the time I lost backtracking in the first tile set. Go again after I drink this potion. Not ready to take that door yet. I hate how much the item labels move when I'm trying to pick them up. Like, I know it's because there's crafting materials dropping on the floor from the chest and my pet's picking them up, so it's like adjusting where things go, but still hella annoying. Fuck. One more, we'll consider ourselves at I'm sorry, one more, we'll consider ourselves at a sixth of the way there. And then we'll pay attention to the actual XP numbers, because we're only going until that many millions into 293 or whatever we're at, 294. 284 into 294. Once we acquire, or once we reach 284 million, that will mean we've gained a total of 1.5 billion XP for the day. And that's my quota. So that'll be where we finish up for the day. But it's still probably going to be like a solid half hour of grinding, no matter what it is. No matter what XP we get to after this one. Probably it. All right, what do we got? We're at 141. Look at that, we're almost exactly halfway there. So, 14 to go. Each run gives us about 10 million XP. We might have to do a 15th one just to get over 284. Like we may do the 14th one and be at 282. So we'll do an extra one just to get over that threshold. But whatever the case, once we get there, that's good enough for me for today. However, 14 runs, that's like most likely not less than 30 minutes. Unless we have some real good runs. Judging by how I'm running through this one, we're not off to a great start. Could still redeem it though. Again, please. Hey, what's up, Not a Frog? How you been? How grindeth the grind? Oh, it be grinding, alright. This is our fifth consecutive day going for 1.5 billion XP, and we still have, like, it's looking like 4 more days before we're done. But thankfully, we're getting close to the end today. And by that, I mean we only have, like, 40 more minutes of grinding to do. So, we're getting there, we're getting there. Grind on D2R right now. Almost level 98 on FP Sword. Hell. Home stretch? Kinda. It was, I think yesterday it happened where I realized I was close enough to really, like, properly estimate how much time is remaining. So yeah, it's good to have a specific day in mind. And if we were on a normal streaming schedule next week, I'd be done by Saturday. However, Thanksgiving's Thursday, so I'm probably not going to end up streaming on Thursday. That being the case, we'll finish up on Sunday. And thankfully, tomorrow and Tuesday I'll be taking off. So we have a nice little bit of a break after all the grinding we've been doing to finish it out. So hopefully when we come back next week on Wednesday, we'll be nice and rested. Are you trying to get your Sork up to the max level before the next season? I think I remember seeing an announcement about D2R getting another season soon. Thanks again for the D4 gear. Oh yeah, no problem. Ended up finishing season without finding a better weapon or razor plate. Honestly, that's not too surprising. Anything with more, like, even 2 greater affixes isn't that common, so getting 3 is, like, pretty damn good. So you thinking you got it? Hell yeah. I've never played any D2, so I have no idea what kind of grind is ahead of you, but I wish you good luck on getting there. I got you. Well, I'm happy it helped. Better someone get use out of it than for it to collect dust on my in my stash. If you ever want to change base, highly recommend it. Gotcha. That doesn't sound too bad, but all I know is the moment that Path of Exile 2 comes out, no other games will exist to me for at least a month. Alright, where are we at on the XP meter? 183. 10 more runs. 10 more runs. We're fucking in there, dude. I believe. I'm glad someone does. At this point, I've forgotten what it means to believe. My life is a fever dream of pit runs at this point. So 1.5 billion XP per day translates to approximately 150 runs per day. So that means we've done 750 pit runs. Well, when we finish today, we'll have done at least 750 pit runs this past week. And we'll have probably another 600 to do before we're done. Hit that arrow with greater rifts in D3. Still haven't come back fully. We do be like that sometimes. Get me out of here. Did I end up getting the full stash tab of lures? No. I would have liked to, but we ended up starting the grind for 300 too soon. I think I have like half a tab. I'll check after this one. I haven't looked at them in forever. But I do have precisely 100 tributes of Titans, which I wouldn't mind trying to run through and just like seeing how many boss mats I collect. And then if I run all those boss mats, I would get quite a few, I guarantee it. Yeah, I think considering I've only ever had one Uri unique before, that's probably half a stash tab's probably not so bad. Yeah. I feel like they were just easier to get this season. And maybe that's just because it was easier to farm like tormented bosses, because when you needed the Stygian stones and everything, that was a huge pain in the ass. And the bosses were way tougher then, I think. But yeah, we got yeah, probably about half a stash head. 8 to go, including this one. Damn, we just went straight to the portal. How about that? Please let me through? Okay, dude. That's toxic. Making me follow the pathway and shit. Unbelievable. What does this game come to? Why do I even have Soar? Seven to go. Six to go. Not gonna lie. 6 runs feels impossible right now. Counting this early was a mistake. I should have waited till there was like 4 left. I cannot wait. I'm very excited. Kinda have to kill all these. Five to go, right? Yep. For a moment I got hopeful thinking there's only 4 left, but nope, still 5. Doesn't help that those past 2 were some of our longer runs today. Just couldn't find the elites. I think this is actually the same 2 tile sets we got last run, and they're like 2 of the worst. I'd say this one's probably the second worst, and the one we got originally was the like 3rd worst. They both have some pretty annoying parts about them. Is pit map fishing a thing? I mean, I guess you could. I think it's probably more worthwhile to just run what you get, though. Like, this one's a great one. Most of the time. Because it's huge. There's tons of enemies, tons of elites all over the place, and they're all, like, wide open spaces, so you can just shoot them from far away. Don't get caught on nothing when you're trying to run by. Not to mention it's bright and colorful, which is such a nice contrast from the rest of the video game. And a lot of times you can actually finish the entire pit run on this one layout. Not every time, but most of the time. Yeah, it's great. Oh, just barely got it. Nice. At least we got to the boss in under 90 seconds this time. Killed it in 92. Got a class in mind for PoE2? We're gonna wait till after trying early access. Well, from the reveal on Thursday, yes, I have 2 classes in mind. One is mercenary. Mercenary is the base class, and the ascendancy would be Gemling Legionnaire, which is like a whole bunch of bonuses to like gem quality and gem levels and stuff like that. But it seems like pretty generically strong, which seems like fun. The other one is gonna be Monk, which I didn't expect to want to play Monk at all, but they made a... I don't remember the exact name of the class, but it's basically the Ascendancy is like a breach cultist. Like a small... the lore is they're a small sect of monks that worship this thing called the Dreamer, not realizing that that's Chayula, which is a breach demon. And so they figured out and just embraced the Chayula powers, and that sounds badass because I'm a huge breach fanboy. So that's what I'll probably end up actually playing. And unfortunately, Druid's not on the list of classes in early access, but when that is added, I'll be trying it expeditiously. You're just gonna go in and YOLO? Oh no, I got thousands in PoE1. Not as much, and not as many hours as some people. I'm probably like 3,000 to 4,000 hours, somewhere around there. I'm still shit at making builds, but I know my way around. You were a Deadeye Rogue I shot main in PoE1. Hell yeah. Mid, but I like the game overall. Hey, that's what matters. If you're having fun, that's what matters. Excuse me. Yeah, I spent too much time just doing silly stuff. Lightning Warp Mines was a really fun build that I made. A really silly but really funny build that I made. There was one time I made a... What did it end up being? It was the Wand Attacker Gladiator. And it had Bleed, Poison, Impale, and... something else. If there even is something else you can apply on hit. And it made it to maps, made it to like yellow maps. Which I thought was really funny. Functioning is an interesting word. Sometimes they work, sometimes not. One time I killed the Elder with Leap Slam, that was fun. I did a Leap Slam build. Back when Elder and Shaper were the final bosses. I had a really nice Void Forge for that build, or Star Forge, whichever one used to come from Shaper that got nerfed to shit. Basically, I got carried by my sword in that one. I don't know. All I do know is I'm excited to see what possibilities await in PoE2 because there are so many things that could be silly. And I'm very excited to find them all. Like, imagine if we could have a werewolf with a gun, or that is to say a crossbow. Also, where are we at? 278, we have one more run. This is the last one. We made it. I'm not convinced it's gonna be slower, actually. Like, maybe a little bit, but I don't think it's gonna be anywhere near as slow as people expect. Sounds hilariously OP, right? That's what I'm saying. Like, the whole weapon swapping thing is gonna make for so much interesting shit. Another thing they announced, I may have said it a while ago when I was talking about it a lot on the day the announcements happened, but the thing that surprised me most is you can have a ton of abilities and they can all have like 6 sockets and everything, or like 5 support gems or whatever, but you can only have 1 copy of each support gem. So you cannot put like GMP on all, or greater multiple projectiles on all of your abilities. And I think that was a really interesting change. So it's like, where is that 1 gem going to be the most effective? Because you only get 1. Is literally something you currently do? Hell yeah, you're just practicing for PoE2, turns out. You were miles ahead of the game. Alright. That looks a whole lot like we have 284 million XP to me. Hard to say because nobody's had access to endgame, but you'd believe it. Yeah, they showed a couple clips during the announcements. Not necessarily of the endgame, I don't think, or too much like speed farming in the endgame, but they showed this one clip where it looked like someone activated Valve Flicker Strike and they just went and eviscerated an entire screen in half a second. I was like, there's no way this game's as slow as everyone else, as everyone's saying it will be. And they showed some like lightning arrow builds or lightning conduit builds with a bit of support and optimization going, and the entire screen was covered in lightning, blowing shit up. Like, I think it's gonna be a lot of fun. Also, thank you. We made it. It's another day in the books. Only 4-ish to go. It may not even be like a full 4. What is it? Accursed Touch max roll. Sheesh. Same old then, but still sounds fun as fuck. Yep. It's gonna be... I think it's gonna be fun. But, my friends, it's been good chatting with you. Appreciate y'all hanging out and watching. If you enjoyed, and you've not already, make sure you smack the follow button if you're watching on Twitch, the like and subscribe if you're watching on YouTube. And come see me again Wednesday to do it all again. That's right, another 1.5 billion. We should be able to go from 294 to 296 on Wednesday, but when we come back on Friday, because again, I'm not streaming Thursday for Thanksgiving. So when we come back on Friday, we'll probably only be able to go like 296 to 297 and then like 80 or 90% of the way through 297. So look forward to that. And we'll finish this grind out next week. Bye-bye.